Hello again, everybody. It's me, Dicebag, artist, game designer, world builder, and occasional VTuber. And after a long night of Pal World, I am ready to get back into working on my own monster collecting game. So we got creatures, except we're not doing monsters. We gotta draw humans. We gotta draw humans today. But they're gonna be humans that are related to monsters. We got a couple right up here for reference, because I'm trying, keyword trying, to make sure that they all kind of fit each other in terms of proportions and whatnot. So like, if we drop one of our other characters in here, they look like they're actually proportioned correctly, you know? Know what I mean? So we're gonna keep these two here while I sketch out the next dude. And we're gonna be working on basically the Team Rocket of creatures. This is gonna be the Artisans. They are a revolutionary group who wants to overthrow the rule of conjurers in the creatures world. And this chick here is one of the members, one of the main ones. Actually, let's talk about her for a second. She's actually designed with a certain creature in mind. Let's see. Oh, of course. The creatures folder is not sorted by name, it's sorted by date for some reason. There we go. This guy. So she's gonna be hanging out with him. And the one we're gonna be working on next is one of his relatives. Oh, and he is way out of proportion with everything else, of course. He should be about the same height. Like so. This is what the next guy is going to be based on, I believe. And then we've got another one. We got a third one we're going to have to do. Let's see, where is he at? Ah, here he is. He also is a little bit small. We got 3 robot dudes. This one's a little fleshy for a robot, but trust me, he's a robot. Hey there, Kohat. How's it going? I'm just talking about my robots. My robot creatures. So yeah. This guy goes with her. And we need to make one for these other two. So I'm thinking we're gonna have kind of like a, almost like a monkish type of dude for this. For Xylem here. So he's gonna be kind of not so much like kind of vaguely resembling like a martial arts type of monk, but obviously not so Asian, since this is a Western themed setting we got going here. And this guy, I think I'm going to go with like a human conjurer that's like very like kind of tall and skinny and hunched over. Let's see. Going well, major headache, raining pretty hard, might lose power even. Picked up Pal World after watching you, it's pretty cute. Now I'm just vibing watching the creatures. Right. Pal World is pretty dang good. And I, for one, am glad to see Pokemon get the competition it needs. Because those guys have been slacking for years. Years and years and years. They've been grifting off their former glory. It's about time somebody came along and, you know, slapped them in the cock. But anyways, let's get these guys off the screen so we actually have room to draw. And then, yeah, we're gonna go ahead and pop into the voice chat. If one of the boys wants to come in, they can chat, and I'll just get started drawing on this next dude. We gotta get our head size sketched up here. We're gonna, should be about like so. Ooh. The eraser's a little big. We're gonna have him a little turned to the side, is what I'm thinking. Do you have any thoughts on Pal World, Kohet? I have many thoughts, but not exactly sure where I'd want to start while I'm drawing. Let's see. Let's move this where I can see it a little better. Just find it very enjoyable. Like, I guess the thing with Pal World is that it's full of, like, conventions that I'm not fond of, but it doesn't matter because it's actually well done. Saw internet drama about how it's an obvious Pokemon clone. You think it's reshaping the way I look at IP rights because Pal World is obviously a better game. Yeah. Yeah. Also, I don't think Game Freak really has a case, even. You can get away with quite a bit of inspiration from things. Now, I would have gone a little further with tweaking some of those designs away from their obvious Pokemon inspiration, but when it comes right down to it, I don't care if they ripped off Pokemon a little bit, because they've done so much better with it. If Pokemon doesn't want to get ripped off and shown up, they should have done better with their own games. I definitely don't have a case in a reasonable world, but we live in a very unreasonable world. This is pretty accurate. Let's see. Now I'm going to turn text-to-speech back on. We also live in a world where Pokemon is like the largest franchise in the world, and they have buttloads of cash to throw around. So it's entirely possible that they just might throw that cash around in lawfare. Hopefully they're not that sketchy, but never know.
Said, hello, I made it.
Hello, Patron, how's it going? We were just talking about Pal World. obviously. In fact, I just saw their Twitter account announce that they had 3 million downloads. It's pretty freaking insane.
Thatkey Patron said, seeing a lot on Twitter about Pal World and AI/copyright issues.
Yep. Let's see. Go ahead, it's got the deer. I just picked up one of those earlier today, actually. I didn't get one during the stream. They have, like, they have a 2 in the logging thing. Stat, whatever you call it. Which I was not expecting, and I was looking for dudes to do logging, like, all last night. Spent like 3 hours being like, oh geez, I have to get more wood all the time.
Maybe we wouldn't have to worry about that if Pokemon actually made good games.
That's what I'm saying. Let's see. This dude. Yeah, I think that's kind of the consensus.
Said, I was losing my mind when I was playing because like you I didn't have anyone to chop trees.
Tree chopping was obnoxious. They don't let you get a pal that does it for a while. So you're just constantly like, oh geez, I'm out of wood again. Constant struggle. Let's see.
Thatkey Patron said, out of wood again, open world survival games in a nutshell.
Yeah, there's actually quite a few things about the game that I would do differently, but
LMAO, so true bestie.
like, I wish the pals had evolutions. That's one of my favorite mechanics. That's why I put it in creatures. But like, I haven't felt like I'm missing out with the lack of, due to the lack of evolutions or anything. I feel like Pal World just really understands what it's supposed to, what it is, and what it means to be. And the biggest thing is just how you can use your guys for stuff other than fighting. Because in Pokemon, especially in the recent games, it's literally like that's just all they do. All they do is just fight. You got Pokemon, they're for fighting. Like, well, the world has them doing other things, does it not? Well, why is the gameplay all revolve around, like, just fighting and then maybe feeding them for a stupid bonus? Drawing a foot at this angle was a bad idea.
Thatkey Patron said, newer Pokemon games don't even have the odd mini-games like contests anymore.
Yeah, I was never a fan of contests, but like, just HMs. They used to have HMs, and it's like, okay, your Pokemon help you get around the world, that's cool. But now it's like all the HMs have just been replaced by some random item or feature that they give you. Or they give you a legendary that just has all the HMs, like the last time. Like, here you go, this is your built-in HM slave. It's the legendary, by the way. The legendary is your HM slave. You don't have to consider it in your team composition or anything.
I didn't know they replaced HMS. Thatkey Patron said, and secret power in Hone being used to make secret bases, that was cool.
Pokemon is full of things that they did once that was cool, and then they never did again. And that's one of the big problems they have. Like, each generation, you can point to something that they did that was fun and interesting. But then it's like the only generation that they ever did it. It never came back. I hope Palworld keeps updating things too. And I mean like actual content updates, not just fixing the game up and getting it out of early access. We're gonna try and make this guy a wide boy.
Kohate said, they absolutely need to fix their UI.
Palworld?
Thatkey Patron said, common indie game L. Kohate said, that UI is an absolute mess. They don't lock your cursor in the screen so that when I'm on mouse I'm always opening apps on my start bar. Kohate said, it is actually their only felony TBH.
I haven't had that problem. I don't know about that. Like, my main thing is that I'm not much of an action gamer, so I find the controls kind of hard to get used to when you're trying to like when you're fighting multiple things at once and then you're trying to figure out what exactly your pal's doing, and then it's like, oh wait, I was gonna capture this thing but my pal one-shotted it when I wasn't looking. Great. Like, it's just hard to keep track of everything, but I don't think that's something I think that's going to be an issue no matter what with the way the game exists. Oh.
Kohate said, have you run into any like PAL battles with other people / NPCs?
PAL battles? The only one I've seen where like a human is using a PAL is like one of the boss fights. Like, they have the tower battles where that's literally it. I guess they're kind of like gym leaders, but they're bad guys, I guess. I don't know, I wasn't paying a whole lot of attention to the lore, honestly.
Kohate. Said, yeah you. Wish I was seeing more of that.
It kind of makes sense that in the context of the world, but again, they didn't need to make the world quite so like, what do you call that? Unlived in, wild. I could have gone with like less survivalist stuff and just more like more civilization. But again, it is a survival game, so you know, it's kind of what you expect. I think I just ran into the first like human settlement today. And it's like very run down. Let's see, this guy should probably have like a... This dude's a working man. He's gonna be...
Kohate. Said, Dice, what are you drawing today?
We're drawing character designs for the leaders of the artisans. So let's see. And should probably be something like this. He's gonna be hanging onto his belt here. I don't know if I can just sketch this up and make it look good. We might have to actually make the structure. Let's see. Got the thumb there. And hands there. Or the palm at least. The palm, the back of the hand.
That he patron.
Like so.
Said,
that looks
your
awful.
sketches are magnitudes cleaner than mine. Kinda jealous.
Well, to be honest, part of the reason I try to keep them fairly clean is so it doesn't leave much room for interpretation when I send them off to you. I want you to understand exactly what I'm going for, so I don't have to like do it over again. If I were just like sketching these or like doing the lines myself, I probably would leave the sketches in a much less finished state. And just because I already know what I'm going for. God, that hand is awful. What the hell have I done? I need a
That
reference.
patron said, I definitely appreciate the clarity.
Dale says, I too caved and bought the Animal Squeak Shop game. I think you mean Sweatshop. But, classic Dale mistakes. We're gonna have to make like an artistic savant server or something. If everybody's gonna get it. Let's see, what was I looking for? Hand on belt.
Said, nah, he means sweet shop.
He means sweet shop? I haven't seen too many sweets in Pow World yet. Closest as we get is berries. Okay. I gotta share this with you. I typed in hand on belt into the Brave image search. And this is what I got. Not quite what I was looking for. Not exactly. That's definitely special.
That ye patron said, creepy.
Creepy, yes. It's also two of the same hand.
Kohate.
You got two right hands on that belt.
That is actually so cool. Necromancy fashion.
Of course you would like it. Alright, we're gonna have to go somewhere besides Brave, I guess.
That ye patron said, save it for bad guy reference later.
But this is bad guy. Oh wow, Google actually gives me like exactly what I'm looking for.
That ye patron said, batter asterisk guy.
Batter guy. I do need to kind of do a redesign on the leader for this one. I drew up the leader, but I mean, he's a very old design. And you probably wouldn't recognize him as such. And also, I just need to do like a more decked out combat ready version of him anyways. Alright. Off with the creepy hand belt. This is what we're going for. Whoops. On the wrong layer. I did that thing that artists always post about. Let's see. Basically goes like so.
Kohate said, he did the thing.
He did the thing, everybody clap. Clap and laugh like seals. How many cliche jokes do I need to make before normies watch my channel? Okay, now we've got a new problem in that the elbow is not in the correct place. The elbow should be like right here. So a little trick, I like to mention this every time I do it. But whenever I'm drawing something in like foreshortening, I put the joints and like the endpoints on, and then I simply connect the dots. So this is gonna be like so. And this is gonna be like so. That's not exactly right, but it's a good place to start. I know what the problem is. I put it in the wrong place. You know what? We're gonna move it even more. Bro, I can't draw biceps. Alright, I think that's close enough. We're also gonna give him a nice little warhammer here. Wanna drive home the fact that he's from a more what would you call that? Peasant background. So we're gonna give him a weapon that's basically a tool. Though I really probably should think a lot more about the design than what I'm about to. Maybe we'll do that later. We'll put the basic shape in and come back to it. Alright, here's another thing I need to pull up. The artisan sigil. Didn't need to put that in its own thing. Right up here is fine. Okay, so I drew that as a double-sided hammer. So that's kind of what we're gonna go for. Just a match. This is gonna be a pain to draw in perspective. So we're gonna have a little bit of a
Kohate said, the legendary loot drop is the anvil-headed warhammer.
You know what, that's one thing Pal World could do with more of, is like human loot. That's something I harp on with like every game, but a lot of these games would be way more interesting for me if they had loot systems like Diablo has. That is my favorite type of loot system, and they just don't do it. They just don't do it. They do have more than I kind of was expecting, though. Like, you can get uncommon versions of the basic, equipment that you're able to buy with your technology points, but you have to find those out in the wild and then build them yourself. I've only found uncommon ones so far. But man, they're like almost twice as good as the basic ones. It's kind of crazy. I was running around with my stupid little bow for a long time, and I'm like, man, I'm not dealing any damage. Is this how it's supposed to be? And then I got like the uncommon bow. And it's literally like twice as much damage. And they have dungeons. They have dungeons in Pal World.
Kohate said, can't tell you how happy I am to hear that's not how it's supposed to be.
Yeah, you do get damage upgrades. You have to work for them. It's nice to have more damage just because you can't trust your pals to deal all the damage if you want to capture something. That's one of the obnoxious things. At some point you have to put it away real quick and so it doesn't kill the thing you're trying to capture. Man, that looks mundane, but I guess that's kind of the point. We'll spruce it up later. We got the basic structure. I think I've actually figured out an okay way to consistently draw feet. With this whole breaking it down into basic shapes idea. I say that and then draw one in a completely different perspective than the other one.
Kohate said, "You gonna become a foot fan or something now?"
No, I still hate feet. I still hate drawing feet. Yeah, that's about right. We still hate feet in this household. We've just learned to deal with them a little more. Alright, I think it's time to put clothes on this boy. Before we do that, let's let me look up some references just to get some ideas. Trying to look things up on a small window is kind of obnoxious. And I'm running into AI generated slop. Wonderful. Wunderbar. Might just have to wing it. We'll keep this guy around just for reference. Alright, so this guy should definitely have, like, rolled up sleeves. I should probably pull up the actual artisan designs that I've already done. Whoop. Need to go back and fix up the proportions on some of these guys. He should probably be wearing armor too, now that I think about it. Holy hell, I cannot find anything. Oh, it's right there. Alright. Time to pull up my actual game documents and find out what kind of armor this dude would wear. Items, that's what we're going for. Alright, so this guy's probably going to be focused heavily on fitness as his main stat. Then, let's see. On the mental side, he's probably going to be favor sense.
Said, bare chest, leather pants.
No Kohat.
Kohate. Said, nodders.
Not even my barbarians run around with bare chests. Let's see. Scale armor is agility and intellect. Plate armor is fitness and sense. Plate armor might be a bit much. I haven't done laminar armor yet.
Kohate. Said, I tried lads, maybe next time.
Brigandine. Let's see, what's the difference between Brigandine and laminar armor? One gives a speed penalty, the other gives a stamina penalty. Otherwise, they're basically the same. Makes sense. Yeah, the Brigandine would probably look more down to earth. So let's give him that. Drawing rolled up sleeves in perspective. Getting armor to look right is kind of tricky. Gotta take into consideration how it conforms to the body, but it doesn't conform super closely. Because you gotta have room to move in it.
Detective said, drawing armor is a pain in the ass, so are guns.
Don't get me started on guns. Guns, it's like, just trace a reference, bro. Just trace a reference. It's not worth it. Not worth all the crap you have to do to get a gun to look right.
Kohate said, you guys don't like drawing guns. They're just boxes and cylinders. The most fun subject matter, S.
There's too many boxes and cylinders, Kohate. That's the thing. They're just time consuming. Okay.
Thatkey patron said, wood stocks are the real pain because of that curve.
Yeah, stocks are definitely where the geometry starts to break down. Here's one of the things about armor. This guy's got to have room to move his legs around, so we got to make the hip part flared on it, as is the way that brigandings typically are. Frankly, I probably should move the belt up Let's do that now. Gonna take the hand there with it too. Let's see, do we want him to have a hood up or do we want to do something else? Because I'm thinking like maybe a bandana or something would be fitting for him.
Rabbit Detective said, Brigandine is fairly flexible so the legs shouldn't be an issue.
Something like so. Let's see, the Brigandines I've seen always have a flare coming out from the waist. Let me see exactly how common that is. Okay, there's some that are actually pretty long. No, wait, that's not really what I'm looking at. Okay, it's definitely not as pronounced as I have it. It looks like it's mostly a function of the belt, anyways.
Dingus the Strix said, Dice.
Dingus!
Dingus the Strix said, how goes?
Oh, it goes well, we're just drawing a dude. This is one of the bad guys. How goes with you, Dingus? You get Pal World yet?
Kohate said, if it isn't my favorite Dingus. Dingus the Strix said, the Compoopter is fixed.
Okay.
Dingus the Strix.
I had to look at the text to know what you said
I can
there.
now play Pal World.
Awesome. I was telling the boys we're gonna have to like get a server going or something. Some of the artistic savants guys have already started playing. Let's see.
Dingus the Strix said, nice, I saw that pretty much everyone was playing it.
Yeah, we were talking about it earlier, like, their Twitter account says they've got like 3 million downloads in less than 2 days.
Dingus the Strix said, I was waiting for that game to come out for a while.
A lot of people were, apparently. It really shows how starved the market is for, like, a decent monster collecting game. Since Pokemon has crapped the bed. And everything else out there in the indie space is like super retro.
Dingus the Strix said, it's Pokemon with guns, how can you not love it? LOL.
To be honest, the guns thing is what turns me off of it most. Maybe it's not obvious, but I like stuff that's more fantasy. I say as I'm drawing armored warriors for my monster collecting fantasy game. You know what? This guy should have a hood like the others. I feel like that's a thing I should maintain for the designs.
That he patron said, hot take, I like early guns in my fantasy, like flintlock pistols. Dingus the Strix
Boo.
said, same, but I looked at the game to be more comical, so I didn't mind it.
Yeah, for me, if I'm going to be doing a fantasy thing, as if I wasn't already, guns would get in the way of like having cool things like wands and staves that shoot magic missiles and fireballs and stuff. Which is what we have in creatures.
Dingus the Strix said, but magic bullets though.
What about them? Magic bullets. This is just the Final Fantasy syndrome. That the whole thing where it's just like, oh, our setting has like magic and stuff in it, and then the magic is just like
work in fantasy.
The computer works is powered by magic.
Hotter take, I like very little or even no magic in my fantasy.
Boo. Fired. No, I love magic. I love magic so much I have it replace technology. Who needs a cell phone when you can have a magic mirror or a crystal ball? They're way more flavorful.
Skunk's Workshop. Said, interesting take, Strix. Do explain.
Skunks. Welcome.
Dingus the Strix. Said, okay, now that is a bad take. What's the point of a fantasy world if there's no magic? Skunk's Workshop. Said, oh wait. That wasn't Strix. Skunk's Workshop. Said, sorry.
To be fair, the way I'm doing magic in creatures isn't like wizards throwing fireballs from their fingers or anything like that. All the magic is done through some kind of physical object. So it quite literally is like a technology.
Dingus the Strix. Said, then again soft sci-fi is just magic, but the magic is technology.
Yeah. Any advanced technology is indistinguishable, or sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic,
Patron,
as they say.
Said, I can't explain why I like it, but magic-less fantasy just hits different for me. I look at games like Kenshi as good examples, even though you might say that's more sci-fi. But I disagree.
Kenshi, I'm not familiar with that one. Let's see. I'm kind of starting to like this guy. I kind of like that he just has a breastplate and it kind of looks too small because his shoulders are so broad. I think it adds to him.
Dingus the Strix. Said, something like Kenshi would be hard sci-fi.
Okay, now I have to look up Kenshi.
Dingus the Strix. Said, well, sort of sci-fi.
Let's see what a PC Gamer has an article on this. Lead a ragtag band through the desert.
Dingus the Strix. Said, it's more post-apocalyptic desert, so like Mad Max.
Yeah, I'm not seeing anything that kind of points me one way or another. If it's post-apocalyptic and there's like no supernatural elements, then I'd go, yeah, I'd say that's sci-fi. But then there are things like Star Wars, which I vehemently believe that it is like it is just fantasy in space. Like, it has technology, but it also has like the mysticism of the Force and everything. So it fits as fantasy. And that's what the general focus of the themes are on, is like in the good versus evil adventure stuff.
Thatki Patron. Said, if fantasy means medieval and magic, then sure it's not fantasy, but if fantasy means another world with different rules then it leans fantasy.
See, I say fantasy, while it does need to have some kind of supernatural component to it, it's more thoroughly defined by like the theming of it, like the good versus evil hero's journey type of tropes. Whereas with sci-fi is more about like societal stuff. It's about groups and how things affect them. So you could have like you could conceivably have a sci-fi thing that has like supernatural stuff like magic. Like, I would suggest that probably like the Dresden Files, if you ever heard of that, is more of a sci-fi type of fantasy than an actual fantasy, because a lot of it is like how dealing with magic in like a modern setting. Although it does have like the hero protagonist and stuff like that.
Dingus the Strix. Said, do I smell a philosophical discussion about fantasy and sci-fi? Rumum 7 Unga.
Rumum 7 Unga. I didn't know what that was until I saw the little whatchamacallit. I'm blanking on words. Emoji, emoticon, whatever the kids that call these things these days. What am I doing? I need to... You know what? I hate the way this hammer is drawn. Is there really much of a discussion to be had, though? It's mostly just opinion. Let's see. Speaking of, have any of you guys, like, watched or read Dresden Files at all? They had a TV series a while back.
Said, true, but it's fun to talk about UT considering how different the opinions can be.
Just good old verbal bants. Still need to make that hammer more interesting. See.
Dingus the Strix. Said, asterisk it.
Okay, I drew half this stuff on the same layer as the Pokemon dude reference. Get him off of there. Let's kind of do the same thing with this dude's pants that he's got going on. We'll give him lower boots and just kind of... tuck the bottom of the pants in there.
Dale Dakery Pop. Said, although I don't agree with your categorizations entirely, I understand and deal like they are incorrect ways to distinguish sci-fi and fantasy.
Okay, Dale, if you say so.
Kohate said, deal.
Deal? Oh, making fun of his grammar. Classic Dale.
Thatky patron
Can't
said,
spell.
I think there's a hard fantasy / sci-fi we can point to and all agree that's the standard for the genres. Dingus the Strix said, you can deal with it Rumum 7GG. Kohate said, Shug.
Alright, what would you all say that the standard for sci-fi is? Because I would default to like Star Trek. But then there's all kinds of other types of sci-fi besides the space opera. Like dystopian sci-fi is a whole thing. And I feel like that's like very thoroughly sci-fi. You don't see dystopian things usually outside of the context of sci-fi in my experience.
I got dad shut down hard there. Kohate said, sci-fi as a standard is anything where the world is different because of non-existent technology.
That would include like all of fantasy though.
Dale Dakery Pop said, I blame Booze today cause I double checked my spelling and took my time with that one.
We're gonna give this guy
Dale Dakery Pop said, I think Star Trek is a good example yet. Kohate said, I think you kind of just know it when you see it. Dale Dakery Pop said, or Blade Runner. Kohate said, like that court case, about, sci-fi.
Alright, go ahead, sure. You say stuff like that, but then I'm here saying, like, Star Wars is obviously fantasy. I mean, the first...
Dingus Districts said, at Kohate I would also add in the element of it being somewhat feasible to exist in reality.
So hear me out, guys.
Dale Dakery Pop said, I hate Kohate's definition.
Alright, so Star Wars is a story about a farm boy who...
Kohate said, the Force isn't technology though, it's nature, it's magic.
Dude, they have warp drives. It would be sci-fi by your definition. Just because they have spaceships and warp drives. And deflector shields and lasers and all that.
Kohate said, can't it be both?
No. It's not possible.
Thatky Patron said, Star Wars clearly leans fantasy, but it does have heavy sci-fi elements, hence it's a sci-fi fantasy. Dale Dakery Pop said, Star Wars is space fantasy. OTS all classic fantasy to AT. Dingus the Strix said, Atco hate miscegenation? Of my genres. Sicko, Rumum 7 Reggae. Dingus the Strix said, JK.
We got full-on nerd wars in here. What have I done? But listen, guys. Star Wars is a story of a farm boy whose family is destroyed by an evil empire. So he meets an old wizard,
Dale Dakery Pop,
and takes up his dad's
said,
magic sword.
Classic fantasy novels like Jack Vance are magic that's technology beyond comprehension.
He takes up his dad's magic sword and then goes off to defeat a Dark Lord and save a princess with a pirate and a hairy monster. You can describe Star Wars from the plot without ever mentioning anything sci-fi. That's one of the big reasons why I say it's fantasy. But sure, we can talk about genre blurring. I don't really care about it, but you can talk about it. Can we at least agree that Pokemon is sci-fi? Silence.
Kohate said, Pokemon is extremely sci-fi, especially Colosseum. Dale Dakery Pop said, last time I heard someone use their dad's magic sword was in a court case.
Dale, what the hell are you talking about? No, I don't want to know. Don't explain that. I think we're better off not knowing about that one.
Dingus the Strix said, I do think that Pokemon is sci-fi, but couldn't the Pokemon be argued to be supernatural? At least with legendaries and mythics? Thatky Patron said, Colosseum is the best Pokemon game and IDC what anyone says.
Hey, you see, Dingus. It depends. Do you define...
Kohate said, hell yeah, patron.
Do you define sci-fi as the presence of
said,
advanced technology?
Pokemon feels like it has fantasy elements.
Or do you define fantasy as the presence of the supernatural? Because Pokemon has both. Pokemon has... They have ghost Pokemon. And some of them literally talk about dragging people to the underworld with them in their Pokédex entries. And it's like, well, that's clearly a fantasy trope. You don't hear too much about underworlds and sci-fi, do you? And you don't usually see a lot of ghosts unless there's something else going on.
Dingus the Strix said, for me, it's mostly setting. So I lean more sci-fi. Rabbitective said, does it count as supernatural if all the legendary and ghost Pokemon exist? They just regular animals that you can raise. Dale Dakery Pop said, I guess Pokemon is sci-fi. It started out feeling more fantasy-ish emo, but they've definitely gone more sci-fi with all the space dimension BS.
Okay, Rabbitective, kind of supernatural if all the legendary and ghost Pokemon, they're just regular animals, but they're not regular animals. Like, even back in, like, Gen 3, they had, like, the creation trio that literally created the sky, land, and seas. They're like actual gods. But then you have these neat little balls that you can capture them in.
Oh yeah, let me casually raise the creator of the universe Arceus.
That too. Now, the legendaries are very fantasy-ish. However, I personally would define Pokemon as sci-fi more than fantasy.
Dale Dakery Pop said, I'd say aliens and space entities are supernatural LOL. Like cosmic horror is all gods from the deep reaches of space, right?
That's a good question. Is Lovecraft fantasy or sci-fi? Is Cthulhu just an alien, or is he a god? Some supernatural being? You know what? I hate drawing crotches, so we're gonna extend the armor down a bit so I don't have to worry about it.
Kohate said, I hate drawing crotches, Dicebag 2024. Dale Dakery Pop
Is that supposed to make me look
Gen
weird?
1 Pokemon felt more like a fantasy setting with its modern day having advanced technology based on these Sylar natural abilities and fantastical climates/resources. Thatkey Patron
Yeah,
said,
kinda.
I think Lovecraftian horror is a good example of fantasy that masquerades as sci-fi, though I don't necessarily think fantasy hinges on the existence of supernatural elements.
Restream says, I've received 100 messages today from a Restream chat. Thanks for being active in the messages, guys. That's actually kind of helpful because I'm like at that point where I just need to hit some metrics before to like get monetization and partner status and all that. Or not partner status. Affiliate status. On Twitch.
Thatgy Patron.
I should get you guys arguing more often.
We should probably argue about genres more often.
Literally just saying that. I'll have to come up with more things to argue about.
Dingus the Strix.
I don't like this.
Said, nice. You can do it, Dice.
I can do it. I want to see what my metrics are right now, but I don't think they're updated.
Thatgy Patron. Said, every stream needs a debate topic.
Unfortunately, I don't really think about what I'm doing with these streams at all.
Thatgy Patron. Said, and as fun as this one is, I do have to AFK to put my daughter to sleep, so maybe BRB. Dingus the Strix.
Alright, we'll see you around,
Said,
patron.
I pretty much learned that just chatting streams are highly valued.
Oh, really? Oh, we're gonna give this guy some extra trim down here. Thing is, I hate just sitting around and talking and not doing anything. I gotta be doing a thing. I can't just talk and not do.
Dingus the Strix. Said, more people show up to my Dingus discussions than my gaming streams.
What
Dale
the hell?
Bakery Pop. Said, too bad I can't super chat to pay to win the arguments ATM.
Yeah. You'll have to wait until I get too big to have Geronimo read every chat. Those guy's toesies look a little, too curved. I probably screwed it up, but let's see. That's not too bad.
Dingus the Strix. Said, yeah, I get that. It was weird for me to only talk and not do something. Rabbit Active. Said, holy shit, the guy from Pawn Stars died of an overdose.
Oh? I saw him pop up on Twitter earlier in some dead person meme, and I wasn't sure what was going on. Now I guess it's official. Dude dead. Why do people show up for just chatting streams but not gaming streams? You can literally chat while you game. Dang normies.
Rabbit Active. Said, RIP, didn't make it to 40. Dingus the Strix. Said, right.
Are there really streamers out here who just like play the game in silence and don't talk about things? Is that common?
Dingus the Strix said, kinda yet. There are big streamers who don't say shit.
Crazy. I guess they're probably like the pro gamer types that people watch for their quote-unquote skill. Or they got their cleavage hanging out. Let's see, I did not incorporate the little hangy thing, did I? Oh well. The other armored guy doesn't have that, so oh well. Let's just leave that thing off, we won't worry about it. I do kind of want to have trim on the hood though. Okay, let's try something different. Drawing hoods is kind of tricky. Cloth in general is kind of tricky. We're just gonna kind of have it all hanging back. Something like so. It don't look right, it don't look right. Yeah, now that I think about it, if just chatting is a really popular thing on Twitch, people really do be doubling down on their parasocial things, don't they? Like, no, we don't want to watch this person because of what they're doing. We just want to talk to them. Hear their voice.
Dingus the Strix.
We're gonna have to put this
Said,
right on his
to be fair,
thing,
the streamer is the main attraction.
I suppose. Okay, where's my warp tool? I don't remember the last time I used a warp tool in freaking CSP. Liquefy? That'll work, I think. Wait, how does this work? Okay. We don't need an 800 brush size. That's a little big. Ooh.
Dingus the Strix. Said, then again, people can have various reasons why they watch you. Some people only come to a stream to watch the game and not the person.
The game definitely affects who I watch. Or what of their stuff I watch. It's kind of a primal thing. If they're playing some game I don't care about, it's just like, eh. Of course, I have said many times that I will watch Fauna play anything. She's just pleasant to listen to. And she always has something goofy to say.
Dingus the Strix. Said, I'm kinda the same.
Also, Hinya. I will watch Hinya do practically anything.
Dingus the Strix. Said, I come for the content, but will stay for the person if they're interesting enough.
Ah, there's the layer. Couldn't find the right layer there. Let's see. You know what? I think that little tweak made it way better. Let's clean it up a little bit. I really need to get used to switching to smaller brushes when I'm doing the eyes and stuff. Those are too small. I have to squish this one a little bit. I hate that selection. Getting into hyper focus mode now, I can't think of things to talk about. Alright, I think the only question we have left is what we're going to do with this hammer. That's too plain. You gotta have something cool looking. Probably can keep the basic structure down there. Which layer is it on? There it is. This is one thing I was trying to do, is that I wanted to incorporate like a construct hands into the things. Couldn't do it very well with that, but maybe if we did it here. Like, let's say if this was a hand. I'm not even sure if this aesthetic is really going to work out. Let's try something a little more conventional. Thank God CSP has such a long memory when it comes to the undo function. Alright, time to look up some inspiration.
Kohate said, fun fact, you can make it longer still.
I can make it longer. So let's see if we can find some examples that aren't AI generated. Let's go ahead and do that. Right meow. Whoops.
Hello.
Hey, I have company finally.
Didn't mean to be. I was chatting with some friends on some other stuff, and I'll be honest, I thought the others would join you.
No, they're just hanging out in chat, which is good for my metrics though, but
Oh, never mind. Hold on. Let me. I'll just put on the Twitch stream for you. Let me help with your
Kohate
metrics too.
said, oh my god,
How's it going,
Evergrade
guys?
is huge.
Evergrade is huge. Dang, I haven't had somebody on since the Agardic phone stream. Let's
My stream now, nerd.
No, you must be smaller than the host.
No. Hey, Patron and Dingus are hanging out too.
Yeah, we've been
But you gotta.
We've been arguing about stuff in the chat.
Glad you got a full house, man.
Patky patron said, back she went down easy this time.
How was your day?
I got things set up for the stream, and I posted it to social media. Then I played Power World.
Evergrade.
Then I took a nap. And then I got up and got ready for the stream.
Hello, Dingus. Anyway, that sounds like a good day. Mine was not unproductive because I got some stuff done, but it doesn't quite feel like it. Probably because I was sort of chilling a lot more than I wanted to because work yesterday was kind of a killer.
Never feels like you got things done unless you actually finished it, does it?
Yeah, in my case, part of what I'm doing is studying for a test I've got coming up, a certification, and that's just going to be on my mind until it's passed and over with.
Right.
I'm making decent progress, and from the practice I've been doing, I have been improving, but until it's done in the moment, it's gonna bug me. Thankfully, I've got today, got a bit less than a week to work on it, and I can definitely spare a bit of time each day, even with work. So I'm at least not super stressed about a tight deadline.
That's good. I'm starting to realize that I should just go ahead and make this hammer a two-handed hammer.
Is it supposed to be a weapon or a tool?
Both.
Okay.
It's supposed to be a weapon that resembles a tool.
Alright.
It's still a little short, not gonna lie.
Maybe, would you want to make the hammer itself bigger at the end? Or...
I want to keep the head fairly similar to what it is now.
Okay.
Because it's supposed to match the emblem on his bandana up
Kohei
here.
said, if you think about it, weapons are just tools.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
You ain't wrong, Kohet. Weapons are just kill tools. Most weapons did have their origins in some kind of tool. But yeah, these guys are like the communist revolutionaries, you might say. Or at least that's kind of the concept that gave birth to them. They're the Team Rocket of the creature's world.
Oh, okay. Oh yeah, that is. I remember with the girl on the right. You mentioned how she was dissatisfied with the current rule.
Yeah,
Makes
yeah. Let's see. The problem with
Fatty
looking
Patron
up,
said, they're a little too pretty to be communist revolutionaries.
look, we don't want to be totally on the nose.
They're a little too pretty to be communist revolutionaries. Well, that's why we have fantasy.
I guess I should turn Geronimo off now that I have somebody in chat here.
Sorry,
I'm
Geronimo.
gonna mute that.
Poor boy.
But no, these are more a little bit of idealized communists, you might say. They're not
That's
totally crazy.
That's how you know they're fictional.
I guess it's just more accurate to call them revolutionaries than communist revolutionaries, maybe. But they do the whole worker pandering thing. That's where they come from.
Something sees the means of production.
For the common man. Can't let those communist or conjurer one percenters rule all of society.
Take everything for the common man. P.S. I'm the common man, not you.
But spoiler, most of the leaders are gonna be conjurers anyways.
Oh, they hate they hate conjurers?
They hate that society is ruled by conjurers.
Oh. Okay.
But then, you know, most of them are gonna have their own creatures and stuff.
They use the creatures to destroy the creatures.
They would suggest that instead of going out and capturing wild creatures, everybody should focus on making construct creatures for protection.
Do they see? Are they going to argue that that's more ethical?
It's more like anybody can do it.
Oh, okay.
So you don't have to be a conjurer to have like a construct working with you. But wild ones are not friendly towards well, wild normal creatures are not friendly towards regular humans.
Hmm. I see. That makes sense.
Patron says the PETA of creatures, they're actually kind of the opposite of PETA. They're like, we don't want those dirty, filthy creatures, those violent monsters that destroy people anywhere near society.
I mean, considering how PETA tends to treat stray animals, that doesn't sound too off. My first thought when you said that was that they could make the case that making constructs from scratch instead of catching wild creatures is probably, at least like when you describe it, it's relatively safer. At least from the idea that you do it in a controlled environment, not out in the wild.
Yeah. I'm trying to give them like a sense to their ideology, even though that's not always a thing with groups like this. Sometimes they're just crazy.
Crazy can work, but I actually like you. But from the brief way you described them, I think that they're kind of making sense.
I think it's better when the villains make sense too. And especially in the context of like a tabletop RPG where you may not actually defeat them or in the same, in a complete way. You might have to deal with them for a long time and they might become an ingrained force in your campaign world. I think it makes sense that they would actually be functional. As a group.
Oh yeah. Yeah, in a tabletop RPG, if you're gonna have them as a recurring group and not just have them act as bandits, that makes sense.
It's kind of the expected arc for this a campaign that revolves around them as the bad guys would be that their leader is basically looking to cement himself as an equal to the mythic conjurers in the world. So if he succeeds at that and you guys don't stop him in time, then you're gonna have to deal with them as a political entity.
I see.
Patron says, I do like bad guys that make sense, but at the same time I really liked Caesar's Legion from New Vegas. I've not played any Fallout games, by the way.
I haven't either, but I do know of New Vegas, so I know of it, and that the general opinion is that it is the most goated of all the Fallout games.
I just noticed somebody's in the Odyssey chat, so hello, Big Fitz Plays, if you're still around. How's it going? But yeah, basically, the finale of a campaign revolving around these guys would have the leader preparing to do a ritual where he like kills off a one of the mythic creatures in one of the regions and then like uses its soul to create a construct mythic creature. So your final battle would revolve around either stopping him from doing it or fighting him after he's already done it. Stuff like that.
Gotcha.
And then, of course, if you can't do anything about it, then you're just going to have to deal with the fact that these guys are ruling over a certain region in their setting.
Would they start out ruling a region, or would that happen in time after several encounters?
Now, these guys wouldn't start out ruling a region. They're like they'd be covert.
So they'd be... So most people would So how much would the public know about them? Obviously, like, they wouldn't know too much about their illicit activities, but publicly, they just be seen as a political group.
They'd be like a secret society.
Oh, okay, so they'd have representatives and run on the background, right?
It's more like they would sabotage things of the people they don't like.
Okay. And so, would that be to get someone they do like in power?
The way to get people in power in the creatures world is to defeat a mythic creature and bind it.
Oh. Okay, I get it now.
There's not really like a democratic structure.
Gotcha.
So in the meantime, they're just kind of looking for ways to make things hard on the nobility. And then steal or find whatever kind of advancements they can in like construct creation and stuff like that.
Hmm. Gotcha.
Boy, this arm is giving me trouble.
Dude, foreshortening foreshortening can be rough.
It looked alright until I added a freaking sleeve to it. Let's remove the sleeve and try her again.
I don't know if it's the sleeve or the arm, but I know the size of the hand looks right, but the arm looks tiny.
Go ahead, says, I wouldn't have had this issue if I just let him... Go ahead, fix your spelling. If I just let him defend himself with his rock-hard abs. Kohet, people in this world wear armor.
Because you mean they're not strong enough to defend themselves with just their muscles?
No. Humans are weak and pathetic creatures.
Suspension of disbelief broken.
In a world filled with magical mutant animals. That's the position that makes sense, I'm afraid. Pattern, what the hell? That's worse than the things Kohet would say.
It does seem... I'm assuming that's something that Koeth would draw, though.
Probably.
Yeah. So it says, allow him to clad himself in the armor of his faith. Well, the thing is, faith cannot be struck down. The human body is another thing, though.
You know what? I could probably do more to improve this guy's monkish points, though.
He's a monk?
That was kind of what I was talking about making him in the first sense. Or at least just like evoke that kind of idea with his design. You know, let's look it up.
I'm looking at him and the first thing I think of is blacksmith. You know, with the I know it's like a hammer and sickle, but he looks like he works in a forge.
Yeah, well, hammer and anvil is what their symbol is.
Yeah, like that makes sense since they're focused on construct creatures. Him in particular, he looks like the kind of guy who'd make construct creatures, I guess.
Yeah, it's mostly his choice of creature that I want to do the more monk style thing.
What creature would you describe as monk style?
This is the guy he's gonna be focused around. Let's see. Let me put him in Discord for y'all.
I just thought about it, and I think I know who you mean. Oh, that guy. That actually makes sense as a construct. Yeah, I guess he does have kind of a mystical feel.
He is psionic, so I kind of want him. I don't need him to be like totally matching it, but I want him to be complementary. There we go. Got my POV in the Discord.
Watching the disco.
Because we got him with the psionic one, which is all about teleportation and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So it can do things like teleport on opposite sides of his enemies that he's engaged with and kind of flank with him and give him bonuses, and that's a big thing. Then this, the girl, Amelie, is made to kind of resemble this guy here.
Really?
That's hers. This is the toughest, most defensive guy. So he's kind of going to be her bodyguard.
Okay.
And you might notice her hair is kind of designed in a way to
I actually didn't that.
to
Didn't notice
draw
that.
to resemble him.
That's cool.
So
And
I kind of want I should do something with this guy that's like that like matches the other one. Matches his construct.
do you have any? Do you think you could fit some sort of gemstone on his body anywhere?
I don't know about on his body, however.
I mean, like, and like, maybe like, I don't know, perhaps a necklace or something, or an earring. That's my immediate thought.
What I'm just thinking right now is that maybe his beard could be more like
Oh, more sharp and
more
angular.
More crystal shape.
Sure, go for it. It's more unique than what I thought of.
Maybe we'll do it on his sideburns too.
I see.
Make these more angular.
Yeah, I like that.
Then we can probably slap some crystals on his hammer now that I think about it. In fact, we could probably just straight up make the handle completely angular.
Sounds perfect.
Go full Pokemon and give all my characters the most ridiculous hairstyles, Patron says. I'm trying not to go that far. See, how many sides does he have? He's got hexahedrons or whatever you'd call them.
The coolest shape ever.
Okay, Okay, gotta get smaller brushes here. We'll give this guy more geometric looking hexagonal structures in his equipment. Oh, that's a lot more stylish. Imagine what the hell is this you're showing us? Scissor 7?
Jeez.
That looks like some One Piece stuff.
I only saw a little bit of it. I didn't see these designs.
Scissor 7 is a Chinese anime ripoff and it's fantastic, okay?
What? I'm curious. What is it ripping off? I'm not surprised, but it actually looked kind, at least in the art style, kind of original.
Surprised? Surprised by the Chinese ripping off something?
Is it really Chinese if they didn't blatantly copy it? Guy with the table hair on the far left is Pete. Finally, good character design.
How about Naked Zoro with the literal spearhead? That's special.
That's something. The guy in the middle reminds me of those really old how to draw anime books that seemed like for characters as if they were like parodies of anime.
It rips off literally all of anime. Demon Slayer shots, they got it. Melodrama in there too. Overpowered protagonist forgets his powers and fights for his friends. Yep. Interesting.
Redeeming quality is that it's hilarious. I'm definitely curious now. I only saw a little bit of it online, it disappeared.
You know what? Now that I added the geometric elements to the hammer, I feel like I don't need to do much else.
Let's have a closer look. Honestly, yeah, I think that's good.
Let's maybe give him some
Rings or
dividers where the grip would be.
let's see.
Maybe make it like a more normal looking grip would be good. Without the geometric stuff.
I see. That makes sense.
So have you tried Pal World yet?
I've heard about it. I'm considering it since I've got a few friends who are interested in it. From what I've heard, it's Ark meets Pokemon with realistic guns.
Basically, yeah. They give you a lot of stuff you can do with your Pokemons. For me, that's like the biggest draw, because one of my pet peeves with Pokemon is that they're basically just battle pets. And you don't get to do anything with them in the rest of the world, really. Unless they're one of the specific gimmick Pokemon that are made to do the HM slave thing that they did away with.
Yep. Where do the guns come into play? Like, are you fighting other pals?
I haven't got into guns yet. You have to build up to it.
Oh, so
I'm still at like medieval technology. But you do fight the pals yourself with weapons.
oh, as a player you can do that.
And other humans. Also, you can capture other humans like a pal.
You heard about that.
I haven't done it yet because it doesn't really interest me, but that's interesting. Apparently you can put them to work like you do with the monsters.
That's funny. You can battle other pals with your pals, right?
Yeah. Although it's kind of hard to like keep them under control when you're trying to capture a pal.
Do they go have it like in? Do they do things on their own?
Yeah.
Or
They just fight according to their AI, and then you'll have a lot of instances where you're like about to throw a pal ball, and then like a blast of fire comes off screen from your other pal, and it kills the thing you're aiming for.
okay, so so it's like Pokemon where you have to weaken them and catch them at the right time.
Yeah. It's basically like real-time Pokemon. Action Pokemon. But I've taken to like whenever I'm trying to capture something, if I see it's a low health, I will unsummon my pal before I even bother trying to aim the ball. It's because I've had that happen so many times.
They're too bloodthirsty.
You have to get them pretty low on health to really have a good chance later on. It can be tricky.
Makes sense. So, how does it work if you can play with other people, right? Like Ark?
Yeah.
I assume it's gonna be you'd set up a server and other people could join in.
That seems to be how it works, but I think they've been having trouble with their servers being overloaded recently. Because literally everyone is playing it. Got literally hundreds of thousands of players at once.
You just the name Pokemon with guns. The algorithm's gonna love that.
Oh well.
Well, it's not. There are worse problems to have. I'm glad people are enjoying it. I may give it a shot. You think you might ever want to stream with friends? Because since a bunch of people are playing it, I'd be willing to hop in with you guys if you're up for it.
I was talking that we need to set up an artistic savant server at some point earlier.
Artistic Savant Gamers.
Because Dale said he got it, and Kohet got it.
Oh, Cole got it?
Kohet got it.
Shoot, everyone's getting it.
You're missing out, man.
I bet. I've never tried Ark, and I do like Pokemon, so I'll give it a shot. You get it? Shot.
Guns.
Because it's Pokemon with guns. Wink.
Honestly, the guns feel more like a marketing gimmick than anything.
That's actually...
Which I'm fine with because the guns are the least interesting part for me. How many people can play at a time, Patron asks? I don't know. I want to say I heard it was something like 30 could be on a server at once. Pretty hefty.
I've got time. I might as well check. Okay. Pal World. And this is just early access, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And they got like a early discount going on.
Oh, sweet.
Dingus heard it was like 32. That sounds about right.
32
players at once.
Well, I don't see anything on this.
I need to stop messing with this guy and kind of declare him done. Actually, you know what? He needs some accessories. He needs some pouches for his binding crystals over here. Patron says, I just realized it's already buried in my wish list, so I might get it. Hell yeah.
Looking forward to the Artistic Savants Pal World server.
Hopefully they get things figured out logistically, because last night when I started up my game, I tried to make the my first server a multiplayer one, because I was thinking, you know, it might as well. What difference does it make? And if it's good, then we can play it. But it like gave me an error message when I tried to start that world, so I was like, okay, guess not. Maybe later.
It actually is a small indie company, so that's if things don't slow down, that's probably going to take some time.
Oh yeah, well, it's early access and it's a small company. Like, if you aren't willing to give leeway to that situation entirely, when they've created literally like the most popular game right now, with millions of downloads, like, yeah, you have to weigh it.
Yeah, not saying it from that angle. I'm just saying it from like, there's no way they could have expected the game to get this big. So there's gonna be some growing pains.
Oh yeah.
That's fine, and that's fine. Like it's early access. That's the best. It's the best time to try iron things out as best you can. I'm glad to see a weird idea make it big, or at least get viral.
Because I don't even see it as that weird. Like, besides just having guns, it's like, yeah, it's Pokemon, but the Pokemon actually do things.
The way it's advertised, people see it as Pokemon with guns. That seems like the main advertising thing. Like,
yeah, that's what people think it is.
yeah, but like you just said, it's mainly like Arc-like mixed with Pokemon.
Patron's hopping off. Kohaya says, honestly, it's more like Arc than anything else. That's what it seems like. But the whole concept of just all the fact that all the Pokemon have things that they can do besides fighting makes the whole Pokemon aspect of it, like, it's not Arc plus Pokemon, it's Arc times Pokemon. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think so.
Like, they take full advantage of the fact that the two things are being mixed together. So yeah, you should probably buy it.
I'll get it.
Let's see.
You know, the way you described it reminded me of the fact that there's technically a duology of spin-off games that's literally just watching Pokemon do things in the wild.
Pokemon Snap?
Pokemon Snap.
And you can ride practically anything that's big enough to ride.
Oh, that's actually really cool.
That's one of the things I hate about Pokemon. They got so many rideable Pokemon, but then they're like, oh, here's a motorcycle dragon that looks ridiculous. Also, it's the legendary, and you get it right away, and screw you.
Yeah, that's a good thing. That is a good thing if you actually like the Pokemon. It's a bad thing if you don't like it, because either way, you're stuck with it the whole time.
Yeah, exactly. You should be able to change, you should be able to ride whatever the hell you want, but they're too lazy to actually implement all that.
Yeah, like, it doesn't even have to be every Pokemon, especially because they cut the amount of Pokemon in it launched in the base game. Just a subset of Pokemon, like in Sun and Moon, they did have a few Pokemon for the role, so maybe just have a few similar to Tauros, where you ram into things, have some big flying rideable Pokemon like Charizard. Well, actually, if they do something like Mantine surfing, I'm not sure, but that might need to be a little more creative with what you can ride on that. But yeah, just some variety.
Oh, it says you did have dinos that could serve certain roles in Arc, but giving pals autonomy in the game takes it from an Arc clone with a Pokemon aesthetic into a bastard child of art satisfactory Pokemon. Yes. And that's what's cool about it.
I did see that one picture Dale posted of the factory with the red background.
Yeah. They always make it look like they're in a sweatshop when they're doing work, but like that's not even how the game is from what I've seen. You don't have to work them like a sweatshop. And Kohaz says you should be able to ride whatever the hell you want, so this is the future the liberals want. No, this is the future the libertarians want.
Can't believe Pokemon makes you pay taxes.
What is it? This from the guy who's a freaking cyclist. Who is just complaining about the fact that he doesn't want to participate in the insurance scams and the government licensing.
Guys, you just reminded me that Goeth is a cyclist, and I'm trying so hard not to say anything untoward.
How dare he be a cyclist?
Next, you're gonna tell me he's French.
Couldn't be.
Impossible.
I need to stop working on this guy. He's done.
Oh my god, you're still working on him? I just... One of the hardest parts as an artist is to know when to stop. Even harder is to not go back. So some good advice I was given is to let art sit for a while and come back to it later with some fresh eyes.
Yeah. Well, we got to give Patron something to do.
Let your art sit for a while and give it to Patron.
Give it to Patron, and by the time he's done with it, I'll want to change everything. That's how we do it. But then I say, you can't do that. It'd be a waste of money. So I stop being in such an artiste and just do the thing.
It's a tough job, but someone's got to do it, Patron. Okay, I got this from Gonzo. He told me about it. It's called Gestaltzerfall, a type of visual agnosia, and is a psychological phenomenon where delays in recognition are observed when a complex shape is stared at for a while, as the shape seems to decompose into its constituent parts. In plain terms, if a subject reads or hears the same term over and over, the term ceases to have any meaning. Hence what can happen if you're working on a piece of art for too long. And that's happened to me. I was finishing up a piece, I let it sit for a while. I not only had some things I wanted to tweak, I noticed a small but aggravating error I would not have wanted to post the piece with, and managed to catch it because I just gave it some time.
Alright, let's turn on record time lapse before I start drawing the next guy.
Did you have it on before?
Yes.
Oh, thank goodness.
I believe so, yes. I recorded the whole process of drawing that dude.
I probably definitely sort of did that, for sure.
This guy's supposed to be tall and lanky. Let's see. We want to change canvas size. We're gonna make it 4,500 instead of 4,000. So we have room to make him stretch.
Mm.
Get the head. About like that. There we go. There's a starting point.
So the beginning of the masterpiece begins.
Sure.
Is this a new design, or are you redrawing someone you've shown off already?
This is a new one. This is going to be the guy that's modeled after the third of the Golem trio.
Give me a second.
Let's put him up on screen.
Oh, perfect.
Where he at? Where am I Golem at?
I don't know. Where is he? Oh, wait. I think I remember this guy. Yes! I'm sorry to say, my first thought was that he was a trash can, but not a trash can.
Toxic waste.
I don't know what the kids call trash cans these days.
So yeah, he's gonna be kind of tall and scrawny and a bit sickly looking.
Okay. Are you gonna have him looking pale?
Probably.
Sweet.
But
See what
we are
you-
not doing color right now.
One step at a time. Is there gonna be?
Hmm?
Are there gonna be grunts in this group, like similar to like a Pokemon teams, or?
These other guys on the side are the grunts.
Oh. Okay.
We need to do a redesign of them sometime because they're a little differently proportioned and drawn.
How old is their art?
Oh.
I know I've seen them around a few months ago.
Months?
Oh dear.
I drew these guys in Photoshop. They're so old.
Ancient history.
These are from November 2022.
Jeez. Maybe that's when I remember them from.
Alright. Head's about right. And he's gonna be shaped like a banana like that.
Wait a second, a banana posture?
Banana
Why am I relating to the villain already? Nice. So you're telling me a shrimp made this posture?
No. A banana made this posture. Let's not give him a whole lot of definition in like the shoulders.
Gotta be very gaunt. With his persona neck.
What the hell are we talking about, Kohet? I don't know. What did we say that might be misconstrued? I'm not sure what even he's referencing.
Shrimp. Probably.
Shrimp?
That's all I can think of. Okay, I have the only good response.
It said a shrimp made this posture when I was talking about banana posture. I was merely correcting him.
Got it. Understood.
You know what? I'm drawing this guy like a woman.
I guess the other question is why not?
Why would I? Damn.
Yeah, I noticed that he was looking a little too long.
It's looking a little too long and probably not wide enough either.
Well, he has to be really, really thin, so that makes sense, but just a little wider. Something I'm gonna add. So, actually, I have a question on Pal World. What kind of things can you build?
Houses, workstations, you can make bows, weapons. You can make not Pokeballs.
Can you actually make a factory?
A factory? No. I'm still in like medieval technology.
Alright, working your way up.
But you can
Maybe-
have your pals like harvest materials and craft things for you.
You can can you assign them to do that and they'll do it on their own?
Yeah. They just kind of look for things that they need to do when they're assigned to your base, and then they'll do them automatically for the most part.
They won't wander off the base to do things if you assign them to do something, right? Will they?
No. At least I haven't had that happen.
Okay. Would they... I take it you can't send them off to a different area to do something like Assassin's Creed style?
I haven't seen anything like that yet, but you can have multiple bases at some point. I haven't gotten that far yet.
Okay. I'm looking at the promo art, and one thing that's most striking is in the bottom left corner, one of them looks very much like Yellow Totoro holding a chain gun.
Yep. He's one of the ones they show a lot. He's actually one of the first bosses. Has one of those.
Cool. Oh, so do wild creatures can have guns?
No, not wild creatures. He's with a... Actually, he doesn't have a gun in that fight anyways. But he has a tamer, as they say.
Okay. Is there a storyline or just NPCs doing their own thing?
I think there's some kind of story, but like it's not the main focus. I haven't really seen much about it yet.
Makes sense.
Basically, you just start the game washing up on the shore of these islands, and you're in Unga Bunga clothes and have nothing on you.
Gotcha. Just start running around in your underwear taming animals.
Yep.
fun.
It is.
Maybe I should get it.
Man, this guy's turning out real sketchy. And I ain't too keen on that hand. I always have trouble with hands holding on to stabs.
I remember trying to draw a character holding onto a sword. The angle, something about it I just could not comprehend. By sketchy, do you mean the art, or that he's trying to look, or that he looks off?
The art.
Well, it is a sketch. That might be why.
It's just so dirty.
Yeah, that's how a lot of my sketches are. Oh yeah, I completely forgot to ask. Did you? I assume you had fun at the collaboration last week, too.
Oh sure, yeah.
What?
I organized it. I should have fun.
I hope
Did
you
everybody else have fun? I sure hope so.
I had fun.
I think people laughed.
We laughed. We cried. We made the most art ever.
We drew Goku. I drew Goku.
We drew Shrimp. We drew Goku. We drew Amagus. We were all sus together. And when everyone's sus,
Sussy Bakos.
no one will be. That's what. Yep, that's what we were. This is the creature cast, but last week we were the Sussy Baka cast.
Arms.
Uh,
Dude's arms are not long enough.
Why'd you have to say anything? I just noticed that now. How scrawny he is, he definitely does look like a wizarding type.
Kohet likes the way this dude is looking. That's good.
I want you. He likes how he looks, but what the important question is, how much pain can this?
Am I looking to lean into the kind of tired caster vibe? He's gonna be a poison-based guy, so he's gonna be a little... Probably gonna look a little more like an alchemist than an actual wizard.
What? First thought it always goes to Full Metal Alchemist.
That's not a very normal way of portraying alchemy.
I know. I don't consider it representative, but I can't really think of a ton of media that uses alchemy specifically.
You know what? This guy could have a mask. He would
Full mask over his face or half a mask?
like a Kakashi mask. So he doesn't breathe in all the toxic fumes he's working with, you know?
I see.
put that on there, right, Meow? So I don't forget that idea.
Be like a gas mask.
They wouldn't have like a full-blown gas mask. Let's see. Let's make it kind of like a, what you'd see is like a stereotypical Old West bandit.
Oh,
I need a reference. Ah, that is the wrong kind of bandit mask. Ooh. Okay. Right, it's not gonna dangle down like this. Be like so, kinda. I need to get rid of all this neck area so I can see what's actually going on. Kind of like that. Like a bandana mask.
covering his whole the lower half of his head.
I think I looked better before. That should work for now. Just for the idea.
Sure.
To what degree would I mark the wedge shape of a foot to be? I don't know, man. I just kind of go with what feels right.
The wedge shape of the foot. Does he mean the toes or?
I think he means the way I do this blocky thing to draw in the foot.
What degree? It looks maybe 35 degrees.
Gonna change depending on what angle you're looking at.
Yeah.
I just find it a lot easier to eyeball it if it's in very simple shapes. Let's see. Probably have his hand down here. Probably should be more horizontal like so, and this is where he'll be holding his binding crystal.
Catch whatever he can.
Or he's gonna throw it at you. Or not throw it. We don't throw binding crystals. We shatter the binding crystal. Yeah, I think the body is generally okay here. Probably start moving on to the clothes.
Looks pretty skinny. I assume he'll be wearing some variation of a robe.
Probably.
Let's see what turns up online when I look up the word alchemist.
That's a good one to check.
Yep, old guy in a robe.
How much AI are you getting?
AI art, some, but I noticed some of it, the AI art, not a lot, but the AI art I am getting leans more, gives me more of a wizard. It's just, so it says this is a sure.
Hmm?
Oh, surprisingly, I don't think there's a lot of AI art. Just some picture drawings and stock images.
Kohet says this is not a man who should be shirtless, indeed. Finally, we found a man that Kohet doesn't want him to be shirtless.
New Koeth lore. Also, I'm actually pretty happy to see what I think is the same book I read a while back, The Alchemist.
I think first thing we should do with this guy is like give him something that will hide the lower part of his bandana, so I don't have to worry about how it looks.
Like a scarf?
Not,
Unless you wanted...
not so much a scarf, like a high collar.
High color? What do you mean?
Like this.
A collar.
Collar, yes.
Said height. Said color.
Yes, I said the thing that it sounds exactly like.
It sounds different.
If you're really intent on pronouncing it differently, it might sound different.
Yes, exactly. I'm glad we could agree
See.
on this.
Okay. Dang, bro, why your body gotta be so wrong? Surely I didn't draw you this way.
Dang, man. You're drawn like this? Eat a sandwich, Skinny.
Oh, you know what? He should definitely have a hood on.
So would he have the hood attached to the shirt with the collar?
I think the collar might be from his undershirt, and then he'll have a robe over top of it, maybe.
Sure.
Like so. Okay, we'll just make it almost exactly like the henchman.
I'm seeing it.
Our detective says, "Damn, someone give that man a sandwich."
Based. That's exactly what I said.
He needs a woman. Get a woman on his stat. Emily, give this man a sandwich. Wonder what she would say to that. There's a thought experiment. This is the type of dude who shows up at Friday Night Magic and says he strategically selected the best picks for the draft. Says Kohet.
Oh, you're identifying with this guy a lot. You got something you want to share with the class?
Go ahead, the Yu-Gi-Oh player. He's saying this is an insult.
Man, I can't believe the Magic player got insulted by the Yu-Gi-Oh player.
I know, right?
What an... How could he do that?
This from a guy who thinks drawing 2 cards is too strong.
Wait, what? I don't know. That reminds me. Do you know what Pot of Greed does?
Yes, I know what the Pot of Greed does. That's why I just referenced it.
Could you explain it? I don't remember.
Do you know what divination does?
I know nothing about Magic the Gathering.
Divination is a 3-mana sorcery that requires 1 blue mana and 2 generic mana. And it is a... I just said it's a sorcery, but it lets you draw 2 cards.
No way. I wish Yu-Gi-Oh had something that strong.
That's the thing. Divination is considered one of the weaker draw spells. Because it costs 3 mana, you see.
What's one of the strong...
You cast Divination, and you're probably not going to be doing much else with your turn. You got to give up your entire turn to get those 3 cards.
What does that make one of the stronger ones?
The strongest one is Ancestral Recall. That one is 1 mana, instant, draws 3 cards. So you can draw your cards on your opponent's turn. It only costs 1 mana. You're drawing even more cards. And that one they don't print anymore because it's obviously too strong, because it's 1 mana and it's instant speed. Strictly better, yes. It is the definition of strictly better. It was also in the very first set before they understood the power level of card draw. But these Yu-Gi-Oh people, they don't even have like a cost system. So everything they do is free. So draw 2 cards for free? Yes, for free. Well,
so what you're
dummies,
Yu-Gi-Oh
that's obviously too powerful. Yu-Gi-Oh is definitely communist. From Asia, after all.
I do remember the most famous Yu-Gi-Oh strategy of nail sticks up, hammer goes down.
I don't know anything about that.
It's a proverb. The nail that sticks up gets the hammer.
Oh, alright. I have heard of that. I thought you were making a reference to the anime or something.
No, nothing. No, nothing to those Chinese cartoons today.
Okay, well, I need to figure out what exactly kind of equipment this guy would have. Check out the item thing. Armor. Let's see.
He doesn't look like the type that'd wear armor.
Well, even a robe is an armor type in the game.
Okay.
So we've got the battle robe, but that's fitness and intellect, and this guy doesn't look like he's got fitness. He looks like he's an agility guy, if that. So what's the... Wizard robe is agility and intellect. So that's probably what we're going for, just a generic wizard robe.
Perfect. That actually sounds really perfect for him.
You know what? He definitely needs like the scarf thing on his design.
Is it a scarf or a... No, it wouldn't be a collar.
I don't know what you'd call it.
I know what you mean. I just don't know the name for it. Unless you'd want to make it unless would that I don't know, would that kind of thing be like a design aspect on a shirt?
Hmm?
That scarf looking design.
It's like the things that priests would wear, you know?
That's where it's from. I couldn't think of it. Now that makes sense.
Yeah, he's definitely gotta have that on. Emily's got that thing going. Last guy didn't, though.
What?
Have the scarf thing.
Oh, I see. Is everyone gonna have the scarf too?
Not everyone.
So much for equality.
I think it's just gonna be more for the caster types.
Okay, that makes sense.
You know what, now might be a good time to grab the reference I got for medieval sleeve designs.
Medieval sleeve designs? I gotta see this.
I think they're generally more for females looking at it. Then you never know. They get kind of weird in medieval fashion.
It's okay. Girls aren't real. No one will know the difference.
I'm not sure if any of those would actually be applicable.
Other than trumpets, these all look like they're part of dresses.
Yeah.
They look nice on dresses, but even for a woman, I wouldn't think of these as being part of a robe. Except maybe the bell and the trumpet, but everything else looks really decorative. I'm sure you can take some creative liberties with it.
Or maybe I could just give him straight up hanging sleeve.
I have a whip robe. Why not go all the way? Hanging sleeves look cool too.
They're just kind of hard to do right.
That is also true. I'll try. When I try to draw them, I get them in like the weird spot where I don't think they're overtly wrong, but there's either details I can either add or can make look better.
Let's see. You know what? I need to be thinking about how we can incorporate design elements from the creature itself.
That's a good question. My immediate thought would be to put some sort of metal bands around his staff. Otherwise, when I see the creature, I think slime, but I don't know if there's a good way to make that look good.
We'll probably do something with his hair.
I was thinking of that too, but the reason I didn't is because he's covered up. Oh, wait. That actually looks really cool. It does look kind of slimy without being gross.
Make him look a little emo.
That fits so perfectly.
Let's see. There's the layer. I think I've gone a little overboard with this side. I'm gonna give him some strands in there to make it look like actual hair and not just goo.
It helps. Would enhance the immersion of the experience, yes.
There we go. Nice Todd.
God Cower when you're not playing Skyrim or Starfield.
Bro should be making Elder Scrolls 6, not generic sci-fi slop.
What, you don't like Skyrim in space?
No, I don't like Skyrim Sky.
No Man's Skyrim.
No Man's Skyrim. I don't really care for generic space sci-fi all that much. I saw plenty of Star Trek when I was a young lad from my parents being Trekkies.
Did you like it?
It's way overhyped.
Hmm.
A lot of it seemed like the exact same kind of stuff they're doing now, where they just try to fit all kinds of progressive tropes and everything.
Interesting.
So, I see people these days like saying, oh, Star Trek wasn't like all this other stuff, and I'm like, back in the 90s, it basically was. You just agreed with it in the 90s.
Huh. Interesting.
But no, everybody was a weird sexual degenerate by the standards of the time, and hooking up with aliens and dealing with weird social issues.
That's all right. I barely know anything about Star Trek beyond reviews.
Oh, it says, I've actually soured so much on Skyfield, holy cow. Were you liking it at first?
I'll be honest, I didn't think go with would ever be interested in Starfield. I know someone who's trying it out. He's giving it a fair shot, but he's not really getting into it.
It says, yeah, at first I thought it was pretty nice, but as time went on, it just became a repetitive, boring chore. It's actually so sad. Like, it seems like Bethesda peaked with Oblivion. Honestly. I know Skyrim is their most popular thing, but Oblivion is like, it's Bethesda enough that you can like laugh at all the jank, but there's still enough there to keep a gameplay loop going. And also just mod the heck out of it, and it's pretty fun. Once you get bored of the main stuff. But dungeon delving in Oblivion Gates is good no matter what. They did all kinds of weird stuff on that game. As I understand it, when they had the voice actors record their lines, instead of having it be like, okay, here's this character, we're gonna record the lines for that character first. What they did was they took every line in the game, organized them alphabetically, and just went down the alphabetical list and had them do it in that order.
Why?
So you've got characters, well, you'll be having a conversation with, and they'll just completely switch tone in between lines. They'll be saying something reasonable and sensible, and then like you reply, and then the next line they'll be like screaming mad. It's like, what the hell?
So it's sort of like modern day with choice-based games. You pick one option, and things go completely out of control. That is such a weird way of doing it, even back then, because you think of
it's like such an obvious. It's obviously going to go wrong. Like, you don't even have to think about it. So it's like, why did these professional game devs consider doing this? Probably
writer-
because it was probably the first time they were actually working with voice actors at all. Morrowind was completely silent. There's no voice acting at all.
Hmm. That's probably why, but I think. But when you're just starting off, I don't think your first thought would be to have it arbitrarily ordered in alphabet, unless the final product is going to need to be put in an alphabetic order.
Well, with Elder Scrolls games, usually what they do is they have like one voice actor for each race and gender.
Really?
Yeah. So all the orc men will sound the same. They'll have the same voice actor. And orc women will have a different one. Then they'll have like Nord, male and female. And with the exception of like specific named characters, that's like all the NPCs.
Oh. Wow.
So that's probably why they thought it would work out.
Well, it worked. Technically. The game sold.
Depends on your definition of worked.
It just works.
I'm glad I have like uniforms that I can fall back on for these guys' designs.
It does help, so you don't have to design a new outfit every time.
You just have to give them a little something extra.
Bit of flair with the standard look.
Alright, let me get rid of all these distractions for a second. See what I've actually got. Whoops. Erasing things. And he's gonna need some trim on his hood. Alright, now we just gotta give him legs and equipment.
I'll be honest, I was expecting the rope to go all the way down to his feet.
That's too cliche.
You're not cliche at all here, Kreitchers. You think an alchemist is gonna look like an alchemist? He's actually looking like a wizard.
We're not gonna give him like baggy pants here either. We're gonna give him like skinny jeans.
I think this, honestly, I think the skinny jeans work better.
Yeah. I'll make him look more lanky.
That works. What kind of shoes is he gonna have?
I was just about to say, now what kind of shoes do I give him?
Oh, pardon me. I can let you share the server's collective brain cell.
Yeah, that is the question, isn't it?
Crocs.
Rocks?
Crocs.
Crocs?
Crocs. Those are shoes you probably shouldn't give him.
I don't think they would fit.
Why, does he have big feet?
They kind of conflict with the setting.
Oh, that too. That too. At least his feet aren't too big.
Let's see.
What about slip-ons?
Slip-ons, you know what? Let's give him some, like, wizard toes.
Yes. Give him elf shoes. Or not. Just pointy enough.
How's that?
Let's have a look-see.
Probably work.
Looks good.
They're awfully, featureless, though.
Right. A few quick lines can solve that.
Alright, let's try it on the other one. Make these a little more pronounced here.
Right?
Eh. Not too keen on them without souls, which is thought would look better.
I agree. I agree. It is good for him to have a soul. Maybe even two.
He should probably stick to just one, honestly. He doesn't look like he would do good things with the second one.
You think he'd use it for shoplifting?
I don't know what he'd do with it, but he'd be up to no good with it.
Yeah, I'm sure. Maybe he'd use it to give himself an eyeball. Did you just shush me?
Yeah. Don't tell the audience that he doesn't have eyeballs yet.
What are you talking? I didn't talk to that. I didn't say a thing. Didn't spoil an important plot twist.
Okay, time to bring out the guides. So I can draw straight lines.
Oh, the ultimate struggle.
There we go.
That rule.
What?
Rule. Is what I said.
I don't know what that is, whatever you said.
That ruler rules. Though I guess it's more of a
That is
straight
not
term.
what came through on my end.
Was I roboting?
You might have been. It sounded like you were doing the Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel thing.
Okay.
But
Okay,
except
I
it
was
with the rule.
I was definitely roboting.
Let's see. What could we do? I think it's a little bit wide. That looks pretty good. Let's get rid of all the extra so I can actually see what I'm doing.
That's important.
And he should probably have some kind of like alchemical looking tool on the end of the thing.
Like a flask?
Maybe not so much of a flask.
Let's see. Alchemy tool.
like one of those kinds of things that you see people burning incense in. Something along those lines.
Do you mean the kind of thing you'd see a priest holding in church?
Kinda. Like when they're swinging it around and fill the room up with smoke.
That's what I'm thinking of. I know what you mean.
Let's see. I need the symmetry ruler.
It's bringing out the big guns now, folks. Hang on to your seats. Will it be hanging off the end of the off of the end of the staff?
I was thinking it'd just be kind of sitting on top of it.
Oh, I see.
Obviously, we're gonna have to make it like more. We're gonna make it look more like the toxic waste barrel kind of thing.
All
Match
right.
his creature. So
You
maybe
can have stuff.
maybe we'll have like something like this.
Okay, I see where you're going with this.
Whoop. Uh-oh. My eraser does not have snapping enabled, so it was not snapping to the symmetry ruler.
Yeah, I see.
Now what? It might be better to just kind of do this subtractively.
You mean draw it and carve it out?
Yeah.
Maybe. Coming out of it? Is it going to have smoke coming out of it?
It would be nice.
So
I
you're
feel
saying
up
there's
to
a
it.
chair.
Let's see how I feel about it when I start drawing it.
See how I feel about it.
Drawing smoke is like one of the more obnoxious things.
Agreed. Can look cool.
There was some kind of tutorial I had saved on Twitter about drawing smoke, specifically. Let me see if I can find it.
Let me check out that artist dice bag for you to see if his tutorial still holds up.
Ah, there it is.
You know what Oh, I remember this one. I know this one. This artist.
Yeah, this account.
These are really helpful.
Yeah, I like to save the ones for things that I actually have trouble with.
I should do that.
Actually, I don't think that's the one I was actually looking for. I think there's a... There it is.
There's a part A, I see.
There's 2 smoke tutorials that I saved.
Whoa.
Now it's in the way. Let's see.
I will be back in a moment.
Okay. I will still be drawing. Ugh. Let's see how this looks when I start erasing stuff out. Knocking my mic around there. You know, we should probably have just a small wisp trailing out from the top parts. Whoop. Put this knot on the other layer. You know what? I think that's coming out alright. Gotta make this a little more straight looking.
I'm back.
Hey, I think
What have I missed?
I'm done with the smoke.
Okay, it's done. It can't hurt you, Dice. Not anymore. You took the smoke further than I thought. I'm impressed.
Now we just gotta add the little extra
Barrels.
doodads.
Are you gonna have rings around his staff or handles?
We're just gonna put these little barrel rings every so often.
I knew it.
Main thing is gonna be getting them equally spaced. I'm thinking what I'm gonna do is just take this whole section, copy it,
Oh.
we'll put that off to the side,
Okay.
line this up, come on, get on there. There we go.
Gotta get it pixel perfect.
And we'll take the next one.
Oh, nice one. Nice.
Okay. Probably don't need a whole lot more. Alright, so there's the bottom one. We're gonna make that just stop like so.
You gonna have him holding it up in the air?
Now we're gonna stretch it out.
Oh, okay.
Let's see. Don't need that one.
Oh, good idea.
There we go. Then we just take the this final one and knock off that little bit.
Sweet.
There we go.
Nice.
I only have to give him a face.
That's just how he looks.
He do have a face. We have to give him a face.
Nice try. You can't fool me, die. Oh wait, he doesn't.
Let's
He has
see.
a
Whoops. Don't want to move the nose too.
That got me off guard.
Gotta find the right place for it.
Hmm. term.
The guide says it's more like so.
Which guide?
The guide I drew earlier for the face.
Oh, okay.
So I think that works out all right there. So I'll just copy this and move it around.
So we're gonna see his eye through the hair, or is it gonna be covered up?
We'll probably just have it through the hair. I don't know.
That's
Depends on how I feel when I actually finish it.
gotcha.
Might look better if it's just covered up.
That's you. That's up to you.
In fact, I might just extend the hair down so it is no matter what.
Full on curtains.
Let's do that.
Do it. You won't.
We will go full emo with this guy.
Fit.
Yeah, I was thinking he was going to be like an older wizard type of guy. It didn't turn out to be that way. Definitely need to make some adjustments to the staff, though. They should be more in perspective down here. We'll go one more. There we go. There.
Looking good.
Let's put him on the other side.
Looking better. Nice work.
Nice.
Is there a lore reason why he has a purple line sticking out of his staff?
That's the symmetry guide.
I know.
Okay, smart Alec. You know what? We could put some trim on his, Actually, nah, let's just leave it.
Does he have an earring?
No, that's the, tie of his mask.
Oh, now I see. Couldn't tell what that was.
Yeah, we could probably give a little extra stuff here.
Yeah, it'll be clearer with color too.
That too.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. And I could like use the bandana to put the same pattern that on the scarf that they have on the scarf, or something similar.
Makes sense. Makes sense to me.
Yeah. Oh wait. You'd make a dangle.
There it goes. Flowing in the breeze. The toxic breeze.
Whoops. Alright. I think I've done about all the damage I can to him.
Don't worry, Dice. You'll be able to do more next time. I believe in you. Unlike birds, you're definitely a real one.
Now Patron will have something to do this week.
There we go. That's the spirit.
And I have villains.
Nice. You have villains, and you and the patron's work list stream is going well. How are you feeling, Dice?
I'm tired.
What are you tired of?
Not playing Pal World.
You're gonna have to fix that.
Yeah, and I'm gonna have to get food again. That's the other thing. I'll get some food, then I'll sit down and eat while I play Pal World, and then I'll go to bed after a few hours of it.
You can't pal your world on an empty stomach, after all.
Exactly. You gotta eat the berries and the mushrooms, and you gotta kill the pals and butcher them for their meat.
I'll be honest, I thought you'd lead into that with eating the pals.
Well, anyways, I think we'll cut it off right here. Kohit says same, to be honest. I know, right? How long have we gone without playing Pal World? Too long, that's the answer.
See, the problem is you need to go through the effort of playing the game, when they need to find a way to turn it into liquid form so you could inject it into your veins.
If only I could just pay my way to the end of the game, you know? Maybe I could just buy success. Pal World, you want money, right?
You know, it's weird. Like, if only you could pay so you could play to the end. Like, what a novel concept. Paying to play instead of wasting all that time.
Oh, but I don't even want to play. I just want to be at the end. I just want all the good things.
Oh, well, there's an easy way of reaching the end of the game. Just close it. That's what'll happen when you finish anyway, right?
Oh no, I don't think that's how sandbox ones actually work, but otherwise I would agree. But I was watching Kiara playing Power World this weekend, and she literally says something about, like, can we have a cash shop for cosmetics, something like that? I'm like, why do you want to spend money for it? Come on, don't give them ideas like that.
Can we have an in-game currency cash shop for cosmetics?
Yeah. Can't we just have unlockables, things that we can craft, add more content?
Please,
that would be pleasant.
Can we go back to when games were good? Pretty please.
Hell, I'll even pay for an expansion. But I don't want no cosmetic shops. Anyways. Well, thanks for watching, everybody. We had a pretty lively stream there for a while.
I'm sorry I doled things out with my appearance.
Things slowed down a little bit. But yeah, we got some work done. We got two villains designed.
Good work, especially since we're still in the cooldown arc from the collab.
I thought that was yesterday.
I thought it was all week.
Well, anyways, thanks for watching, everybody. I'm gonna call it quits here and say bye.
Bye. Is it done? Oh.